Okie dokie. Oh, I'm on Japanese. I got to decide whether or not I want to use C++ or C for this, and I think I want to use C++ for this neat code stuff. I don't know where we're at here. Wait, do I have... I want to do... All right, we're going to get this set up. I don't actually want to use... Oh, we've got... Oh, thank God. We've got it disabled already. Sweet. All right. So contains duplicates. We're going to go through effectively. We're going to go through all of this: arrays, 2-point pointers, stack, binary search, sliding windows, linked list, trees, tries, backlog, all of this stuff. We're going to go through these starting from the top and going down. So we're going to start here. And I don't actually want to do that. I guess C++ it is. Okay, so we're going to do new project. Do this. I'm gonna do projects and then a new folder. Neat code. Oh, we have the... Oh, wait, no, but the neat code one is not what I was looking for because the neat code one is like actually just a project itself. So we'll go neat code, select folder. And actually, no, wait, cancel. You know what? I can just do it in here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm being silly. Okay. So if I move this, fucking, what's the deal with this? Okay. There we go. So what we can do is we can just utilize this. Why does I really just fucking no thanks to the AI chat, please. like I get it. It's not a terrible system. But like I just don't care. All right, so where were we here? Okay, so what we're doing is refreshing this page. Which one were we on? I need the one that we're on here. Here we go. So we're gonna do contains duplicates. We're gonna do here. We're gonna do new. We're gonna say a source file, and we're gonna say contains duplicates. Duplicate dot contains duplicate. Okay, and then we can come back into here. There we go. This isn't really like we have this, but what we want is we want a different one altogether, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do this, right? Don't actually care. We're gonna do this, 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 right? This one here is going to be our next one, add executable. This one's going to be contains duplicate there. And then if I remember correctly, we just need to do this, maybe? There's a way to do this, and I have to remember how to do it because it's been a while. MultiStream tools, new window. Where's my remake here? Yeah, my Okay, yeah, but this should make it a thing, right? Oh, wait, you know what? It's probably I need to do reload this. Is it that? I don't know if this is required. One sec. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay. So this isn't required, but we can do the add executable, and that will work. Is it that? Okay, yeah, it's that. Okay, so contains duplicates. So then we can come over to here, and here we've got our effectively our main, right? So we can do all of our stuff. Import. Is it import? I haven't programmed in C++ in like a month almost, like a month, because I've done it so infrequently. Stream main zero. There we go. Beautiful. Look at that. Amazing. All right, so that's amazing. Perfect. Exactly what we were looking for. Now what we can do is we can see that what we want is given an integer array. Come back to here. Refresh this and bring this over here because these are going to be on the same thing anyways. Okay, so given an integer, okay, given an integer array nums, return true if any value appears more than once in the array, otherwise return false. N is the size of the input array. Interesting. You should aim for a solution with ON time and ON space, where N is the size of the input array. Oh, cool. I can have brute force solution would be N2. Yes. Yeah. Is there a way to check if an element is a duplicate without comparing it to every other element? Maybe there's a data structure that is useful here. I'm assuming they're thinking Oh yeah, hash. A hash map would work. What do I need here? I need this. Oh, I forgot to set up a thing here. I'm only gonna do a certain amount of time on this because I can only reasonably do so much uh, Leet code stuff before I freaking go insane. Um, there we go. Okay, so C++ hash map. To create a map, use map keyword, include map. What's it a vector of? Vector events, okay. There we go. Let's see. Do I even need the, like, I can't remember if I just need the class for this or not. Okay, so what do we want? We want a map of int sure. Why is this? Oh, right, I forgot to put std in front of it. Okay, let's see, has duplicate. 2 4. Can we do a for loop on a vector? C++ for loop on vector. Oh, okay, so we can. We absolutely can. Okay. Okay, we can access a vector that way. Sweet. Okay, so for int I equals 0, I is nums.size. This gets compiled, I plus I. Okay, so then I want to go to C++ hash map. No, I want the, here we go. Yeah. Actually, let's do this one. Let's do an unordered map. Actually, no. Wait. Is a map by default ordered? Whatever. This is what we're looking for anyways. Value type, size type, difference type, key compare. Key compare. So to do get allocator at access or insert a specific element. Insert a range. Insert range. Hello, what are you building? Well, right now I'm doing this, and then I'll be doing this for about 2 hours, and then after that I'm going to be working on a multi-platform. It's a streaming tool for multi-platform chat that allows for moderation, because right now there's like nothing on the market that does that. So like there's Stream Social Ninja, this one, but the way this one works is like it opens up a bunch of windows and it's only really good on one system, and you can't actually moderate the chat so much as like you can moderate the stream in Social Stream Ninja. And then there's like, I think there's a Stream Elements one, multi chat. This one allows you to like all right now all the stream, like the multi-stream chat systems allow you to view and moderate their specific one, right? Like their specific feed. But you can't like moderate the chat on YouTube or Twitch or, you know, the green platform. You have to moderate, you have to go to those platforms to actually moderate the chat there. So I want to make that easier. But, you know, I'm just starting out the day with a little bit of Leet code practice because it's useful. Much as I don't like Leet code. That, and I want to practice some C++. I actually kind of like C++. My primary language right now for actual work is Elixir. And Python's a bit boring because I've been doing that for so long. So finds an element with a specific key, so we can do find. So if we take m dot find, dot find, and then we put in nums I, is okay. What the hell? I don't want that level of autocomplete, and I thought that I turned off. I did. So then where is the... Like I don't want how many questions you solve on Neat Code. Oh, like I think two. I really don't like doing Leet code, so I don't like my issue with Leet code is that like as long as you understand the concepts of it, the actual practice of building the things are kind of wasted, because like you never build this stuff in the actual like, you never actually build this stuff in the real world, right? Checks if the container contains do. There we go. This is what we wanted. Sorry, we wanted contains. Checks if there is an element with the key equivalent to key in the... Do you agree with my statement about Leet code stuff? It's like if you understand it, like there are definitely companies that I can see that like actually utilize it, and most of them are like finance in video games, right? Finance in video games I can actually make arguments for, but like and potentially like Google and stuff like that. I'm in college. I hear that it is very tough to get a job without DSA. I feel stupid right now. What the fuck is DSA? Oops. That's not what I wanted. Uh DSA. Oh, data structures and algorithms. Yeah. It can be because so many places just they don't like. I understand why they don't want to actually test people on like um. Sorry, there's just so many acronyms that you eventually start getting lost in the sauce when it comes to acronyms. Um, sorry. Yeah, like I understand why companies don't necessarily want to actually test people to see where, like, if they could do the job, and they just want to test people in something simple, right? So you just throw data structures and algorithm problems at them like leak code stupidity. But yeah, but yeah, no, leak code stuff is good to know, right? And it's not terrible to practice. It's if you sit down and just do leak code, you you likely won't be able to build anything, right? Like there are some people that can sit down, just do leak code, and it helps them build things, right? But if you want to actually build actual software, you just need to sit down and build actual software, right? Whether it's web apps, desktop apps, whatever, right? You have to sit down and actually build it and solve actual problems. In my opinion, is vastly more valuable than like sitting down and, drilling data structures and algorithms. But testing somebody that you don't know on actual software development is substantially more challenging than just being like, here's a data structure and algorithm test, and go figure out the things, right? Like show me how to solve this in on time, like whatever really low on time that leak code has managed to figure out, you can get it down to, kind of thing, right? Whatever test it is, right? But like a great example would be like, okay, so we're going to provide you with two like a merge sort, right? Merge two already sorted lists. Um right? For 99.9% of the time, the right way to do that in actual work, like actual real world, if I was at a company right now, right? Like if I was at work right now and I was tasked with taking in two lists, merging them together and keeping them sorted, right? The way I would do it at work, because it's and the chances are that the data the two lists that you're getting in are tiny, right? Are super high, is I would literally just do merge the two together and run them through a sort, and it would bubble sort it and it'd be fine, right? And that would be performant enough for like 90% of the jobs out there. 90 to like 99% of the jobs out there. That would actually be the correct way to do it. Now, when you encounter that on a yeah, when you encounter that on a like an interview test, it's like, oh, now I have to think, oh God, now I have to sit down and I have to actually write it out. And when was the last time I did that? And if you've not been practicing leak code, you've got to actually stop and think about it. And some of the time they're like, all right, you've got this amount of time to actually build the entire thing, and it has to be perfect, and it has to, run through this time complexity in order to even pass or even make it through without timing out, kind of thing. And it's like, unless I was doing this all the time, I'd actually have to sit down and think and actually like write this code out. It's not like I don't understand how to do it. It's that, you know, when you run into something that you haven't done in like a year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever, it's just like you just, you know, whatever, right? We need two pointer approach to merge two sorted arrays. I don't know. Maybe. I think that you could do it with without pointers. I think that you could just do it in place. You just take one of them and then you just kind of iterate through it. Although I'd have to sit down and actually program it, right? And then like they want you to do it in a specific language, and that language might not be super great for that specific thing, right? A binary tree would do it. You need a graphic designer or a thumbnail designer? Yeah, probably. Considering that I didn't actually make a thumbnail at all or anything for this. You are not wrong. It was contains, right? Do I need to for this? Do I need to actually put something in, or can I just insert through? Oh, I can. Okay, sweet. Oh wait. I can do this with a set, can't I? There's a way to check a set, right? Yeah, there's the insert. That's fine. I'll give it some thought. What's the time complexity of set find? C++ set dot find time complexity. I think that it's like it's it's really fast. Oh yeah, it's log. Okay. That's fine. Let's do a set instead of a hash map because oops. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that correct? Yeah, it is. Okay. We'll do my set. Make it easy. Dot find. Wait, I thought it was find. Was it not find? That's the map. That's a map. Okay, wait. Set. Oh, there's two. Unordered. Oh, so there is. Okay. The import for that is unordered set. Sure. Okay, so is it find? That's not what I wanted. Oh, contains is there as well. Okay, so contains. We can still use contains. That's nice. Contains. Else, it's insert, right? Yeah, it is insert. Okay. Insert. I hate that it jumps around like that. Worst thing ever. Overload. Okay. And then here we can do my set dot insert, and then this would be nums1. Return false. I believe that's all we need. Yeah, that would be another way of doing it. You're not wrong. But I want to see if this works first. See, run. Hey, I was right. Has no member named contains. What? I just looked it up. It says that there's a wait, am I on a map? Yeah, unordered set. Did I spell it wrong? Or is it just a different version? The documentation's lying to me. I like your idea though. I guess because this is a vector, I could probably do my set dot insert nums, right? Oh no, interesting. Just do this. Maybe if different, if element error. No, here it's saying that contains isn't correct. Has no member contains, right? But then I go and look at the actual documentation for unordered set, and the answer is that contains actually does exist. So I think it's just different versions. Right? Like this is using maybe an older version, and this documentation's newer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Contains is part of 20, and this is probably, I'm guessing they're using 19. So that would be a find. Yeah. So you'd use find. And find, I think, returns back. Yeah, here we go. 11 since 11. So you'd use find. And then what would be the alternative for find? It'd be example end. Yeah. So it would be, if we wanted to keep our code the way that it was, we'd use, one sec. We do this, and then it would be find is not equal to my set dot. No. If it is equal to set dot end. Was it end? It was end, right? True. Then there's this. This would work. Well, we can do it that way, right? But then we have to like loop over it and iterate all of them into it, and technically that would take longer. Actually, no, it might not, because we don't have to do the find. Let's try both. Well, we're gonna try both anyways, right? So, oops. Let's see if it works. Wait. Remember, did I get that wrong? No, that's a. Is this the find? Yeah, this is find. If auto search is not equal to example dot. Oh, it's a call. That's why. Ooh, one of them didn't work. Your output true. One, two, three, four. Interesting. Open diff. So this one's, are we always getting, okay, so this here is the problem. Fun times. Like maybe? Oh, wait, yeah. No, because this is supposed to be my my return. Yeah. Okay, so let's come here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna take this. Oops. Whatever. We're close enough on this one. Nums. Then this needs to be a std vector int. Yeah, that's totally the way to do it. Is this an error or is it just complaining? Okay, yeah, I'm not using it. Okay, see out. Oh, right, because I don't have IO stream. And then this one will return a 1 or a 0. And then has, oh God, that's so annoying. Solution. No, it was star. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, what? Change type of. Is it because it was a const? Ugh. Wait, what's it complaining about now? Cannot be bound to intless bracers. Stop. Bit manipulation's always fun. There's some crazy stuff that you can do with bit manipulation. The way you would do it with bit manipulation, though, is like related to like what's the max. You need to know the maximum number that can be inserted into it, right? And then it only kind of works like it's a fuzzy search. Wait, what's going on here? Take time complexity out. Yeah, sure, but okay, so why? Okay, so what am I doing wrong for this set here? Oh, is it because I've got the equals? It's because I've got the equals, isn't it? Yeah. Is it? Wait. Yeah, because this is effectively what I got here. I hate the jumping that it does like that. Oh, right. But this is a vector. My bad. I'm not gonna do that though. Wait, no, just X or each element and one. What? This totally seems to work. And except for like here, it doesn't want to. Oh, there we go. I'm slowly going insane here. What was it? It was something for the end line. See out, end, std end. Was it end or? Oh yeah, there was is end L. Yeah, that did come through with a true. And contain, I can't use contains because they're using an older version of C++. So I could do the insert. The insert method actually would work, right? Like what you suggested earlier would work. If I just insert all of them, right? And we do int current nums count equals nums dot, is it size? It is size. And then we do here and we do my set dot size, yeah, is equal to nums count, and then this is the return. What's the complaint here? Oh, they want me to use like the for whatever in, right? It's not a terrible idea. Let's see if this one runs. Oh, wait, I'm doing that backwards. That's why. There we go. What? Set dot size is invalid? in member function bool solution. Error requires left operator assignment. What? Do I have to do this as like a pre thing? So if I do like or size is not correct? No, where is can we just get size? Is this oh, this is because I'm on find. That's why. Okay. I don't really like the C++ documentation here. Size. Returns an this returns an int, right? All right, all right. I have an idea. Oh, fuck. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't see your message. Totally right. So true. I want to see some of the other solutions for now. Let's see what his C++ looks like. Oh, so here he used a sort, a hash set. So this is what I was thinking of initially. Scene makes sense. Yeah. Count. Hash set length. I don't understand this. My apparently I am just that like how does this work? Let's see the Python version of it. So there's nums. Oh, wait. What am I seeing wrong here? Here's our unordered set int, and then we pass in the beginning and the end. Oh. Oh. Okay. So this just comes down to my not knowing things, right? This also we can just move this over here. This will actually likely speed that up too, which is kind of nice. So wait, okay. So if we do this, right? I want to if I get rid of this, just move that down here like so. We move that over. I really hate working in browser like this. Um, there. Then we say, okay. So I'm curious about this. So this would be nums.begin, and then nums.end, and then how does that populate if the other like the in-betweens don't work? Where's begin and ends? Returns an iterator to the beginning of the bucket. Ah, okay. So this isn't what I was thinking it was. Okay, that makes sense. Wonder why they've got C end and end. I'm guessing like legacy reasons or something like that. Okay. So that makes sense then. It's just kind of interesting that the initializer for unordered set though actually has the ability to iterate through things. Am I still on unordered set? Yeah. The constructor. Yeah, because if you pass in an iterator, it actually just works. That's kind of cool. And then because this works, obviously we can just compile this down into like that. And yeah, I guess like that does make sense. But then if it's equal, then that would also return false. Yeah, so that actually does work perfectly. Return there. Yeah. Oh, right, because this is no longer needed for that. There we go. Oh, wait. Dot size. Okay, there we go. Hmm. This one's the worst. No, this maybe this one's the worst. This one's pretty bad though. Okay. Now do I just do this? Is that the next one? Yeah, I guess it is. Given two strings S and T, return true if the two strings are anagrams of each other. Otherwise, return false. An anagram is a string. Wait, is this actually what I was looking for? Practice. What was it? It was. What was I doing? There was a thing that I was doing. It wasn't that. It was this one. There we go. That's what we wanted. New source file. Then what we want is to come in here and we'll do this. How's it going, sudo, after a long time? It's going. Slow and steady, I suppose. Look at that, valid anagram. Okay, so we need this. This is what they want us to use. And then we need to import things. Oops. Okay, so an anagram is the wait, let me go back and reread this. Given two strings, S and T return true if the two strings are anagrams of each other, otherwise return false. An anagram is a string that contains the exact same characters as another string, but the order of the characters are different. Vacation. The kind of vacation was pretty decent. Um, I did lots of running around and farmy stuff, right? Like we moved hay bales and we started fixing a fence, but there was too much brush, so we were just gonna rebuild it, but we didn't get around to it because we ran out of time. I'm no, just hold up on giving suggestions and whatnot. I'm still reading. An anagram is a string that contains the exact same characters as another string, but the order of the characters can be different. Example: race car, T, car race. Example 2, false. Yeah, okay, that's pretty damn easy. All right, so first things first, if s dot size is not equal to t dot size, return false. So we can do this to start with. Oh, congratulations, man. Saw that on Discord. That steak was fire. Yeah. That steak was awesome. Oh, right, because I return true. I forgot about that. My dad's idea of a steak for one person where it's like this thick and like this big. Yeah. What are your core skills? My core skills are mostly back-end web development. I've done a little bit of game dev. Not very good at it. Done some graphics programming. Also not very good at it. Your suggested workflow worked. What was my suggested workflow? Fuck, I don't even remember. But I'm happy that I was able to help. It's good that that I was able to give some good advice. Okay, so then we need to effectively, at this point, I think a hash map is probably the way to go. Go for Python, then select a framework and solve Leet code questions. Yeah, a little bit of Leet code. Well, what was it? It was unordered, right? There was two hash maps, right? Unordered maps, unordered map. 3 months locked in, cracked service based company. Nice. Sounds like you deserve it. So I'm happy for you, man. That's dope. So this is going to be I think we can do it with a char and then an int. Next up, Oracle. Wish me luck. You can do it. I believe in you. What's wrong with my mug? For we can iterate through a char C and link for cup. I liked it. I got it at like one of those like stores in the mall. Com. I'll see if I can find it on like Amazon. I walked into a store while I was like in a mall getting some stuff, and I was just like, oh my god, I have to get this class. There's actually a company that's making this though. Google.com. Danny Duncan. Was it was it two? Oh yeah, it was two N's. Let's see if they still have it. Their website doesn't even have it. Oh, it was at a Spencer's. That's what it was. Let's see if this works. For anybody who's wondering, there's the mug right there. Well, cool gaming. What are you doing? Leet code. I thought it was perfect for me because my my like past like 4 relationships have been with older women. And I've been with my current girlfriend for almost 12 years. Me back. Welcome back. So where were we on this? Lead code question solving. Yeah, for a little bit longer. An hour and 3 minutes apparently. Yeah. My current girlfriend is awesome. I am quite lucky. Uh that's not what I said. I said we've been in a relationship for almost 12 years. Hope I can join too. What? To do okay. So here we would do the insert is for inserting into an unordered hash map. Oops. Where is your truck gun? Right now I need to focus on. I'm focused on something more important, unfortunately, than truck gun. I'd like to get back to it, but like it's so far off from being finished that I need to focus on finding work. So, because I've been out of work for a bit too long now. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's chilling in a garage for now. If uh found characters, is it it's a find, right? Or is it a contains? Ah, I can't use contains. Okay, so find. What's find return? Work. Actually finding work. Being employed is important. Unless I can figure out a way to turn YouTube or Twitch or Kick or whatever into a full-time job, um, then I can just work on whatever, and truck can be uh, a mainstay. But unfortunately, until then, it's unfortunate that it's not going to happen. Um, if find C is not in found characters dot end. No, if it is, what's the issue here? Oh, I can't use contains. Are you now employed? Last time I remember you were applying, right? I'm still applying. My country's not doing well, and the industry's not doing well because a lot of our industry is based off of America because we don't actually have a whole lot of yeah. So because you got interview on the same day. Uh, yeah. I do quite a bit of that. Okay, so if this, then what we can say is found characters dot insert, and then it's, what was it for the insert? Insert. Okay, yeah. So we do this. Wait. So it's the other way around. Okay, so we do C and 1. Then what are you making? Right now I'm making the is anagram. So it's just taking two strings and seeing if they're anagrams of each other or can be anagrams of each other. Found characters. I think it's about 10 years right now. Found characters S, and then we got found characters T. We could do that. Actually, this is that the right way to do it? Give me a second. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm going to go put some hot water on and make some tea, and be like 2 seconds. All right, let's see here. See, I was applying for an internship role. Wait. Was applying for an internship role and they took the OA round in which they asked for a fucking hard level Leet code. It was for the backend role. Recursion is everywhere, my friend. There's nothing wrong with recursion. It also depends on the company you're going to work for and what language you're going to be using. How can I join Discord? I think I've got a Discord link. Give me a second here. Here we go. That should work. Wait. If he is doing hash map, then I think he's mid. Hash map's just easy. What's your what do you have against hash map? Hash maps are used all over everything. I don't want to get into how much I've earned personally. So we can do this, right? Problem with that is that like I feel like there's a better way to do this. Whatever. It's okay, so then we insert and then we can do an else because that means that it is there. Found characters S, right? Just gonna do this. C. Will that work? I think that will work. Let's do an int main. It's low. That's interesting. T dot size. Return false. Are you sure? Was I just talking away from my mic? It was probably because I was talking away from my mic. Sorry. Is that better? I'm sure I'll find work eventually. Yeah, my mic is pretty directional. And so does kind of make sense. Okay, so what was one of the tests? There was a test that I could do. I could grab the existing tests, right? Here we go. Then we come over to here. We do this. We do solution. Then we do, we need IO stream. Yeah, I've done anagram before, but I've not done this specific version of anagram. Like I've been tasked with taking a string and check. I think during one of the interviews that I did a long time ago, like 7 years ago, they asked me to do an anagram, like check if the string could be an anagram, and that was pretty easy. But it was the first, like I did it. I had to whiteboard it, and it was the first time I'd ever even thought about it or done it, and I didn't know what an anagram was during the interview, so I had to solve it. I got the job, but yeah, it was an interesting position. I had to do like that. I had to do some like archaic ass shit in there. Like I had to do a migration from Python 2 to 3. I was the lead on that project. That was kind of interesting. It actually went surprisingly smooth. I think we had like a total of like 1 or 2 errors in total after the migration, and it had to do like with like the way Flask was like. I think it was like the way Flask returned back a file when you switched over to Python 3 or something like that, like a specific type of file read. And it was just like, oh, it changed this little bit, and you had to add this like one extra like argument or something like that. I can't remember the details. It's been so long. I think the most interesting job that I had was when I was working on a custom version of I was working on a custom version of Blow Harder header, right? Using namespace std. It's annoying to use std everywhere. It might be annoying, but it is the right thing to do. You you don't namespace like that in C++. You're not supposed to. I guess because it's not a library, it doesn't really matter, but I also don't mind actually writing that. Like it doesn't bother me. You don't want to pollute your namespace. Or is I? Right, right. Where is here? No. This? No. This? No. Ah, whatever. I don't care that much. S and T. Return true. Well, it didn't crash. Did it do? Okay, so we can actually do. No, we can't do these together because we need. Actually, no, we can. If we do. Can we access a string that way in C++? Like, can I do this? Int I equals 0. I is less than s dot size plus plus I. Can I do this? And then we can do s I. Hmm. Yeah, I had a feeling. It's nice to know that I'm not crazy. I should probably get a chat going here. I actually do have a chat on this screen, apparently. Where is my chat on this screen? Oh, that's why. Chat's somewhere off into the distance. I don't even know. Maybe it will let me grab it. I think it's like at the very bottom or something. Give me a moment. Fit to screen. There it is. I don't actually know what's going on here. Just do that for now. There we go. Now everybody can see each other. I don't know how legible that is, though. Okay, so now how would I compare these two in here to see if they are the same? Because that has to be done after, right? So like we do one more for loop after everything's being created. What are our options for this? Do returns a range of elements matching a specific do. Merge. Splice nodes from another container. Extract. Extract nodes from the container. Swap erase. Construct elements in place using a hint. Interesting. This can be used like we can actually do exactly that. Okay, interesting. Beautiful. Updates inserts a new one. Oh, we don't have to use insert. I love that. I don't want to use insert. Whatever. We're gonna leave it anyways. Max bucket count. Should I maybe do unordered one? Because if we do unordered, then we can't guarantee an order. It makes it a little bit more challenging to worry about, right? What if we just is there an ordered, an unordered, and a map, or is map just okay? So map's ordered by default. Store the characters of input string in a map. Oh, that's a much better solution. You can use unordered map as you don't need to remember the order. Yeah, I was just trying to think of like the best way to go through this, and it's just like, I like your idea, and I can do this as all in here. I think. So then we only need one. So for found characters, we just do this. Then we do this. You know, we can do this in one loop. Can we do this in one loop? No, we don't. That'd be -1. I want to try this. Well, yeah, no, I mean like get the data in one loop. All the data could be compiled into a single loop. Of course, we're gonna have to do a second loop to figure it out. Yeah, I guess kind of have a point. Yeah. Give me a second to think. I think this would work. How do you iterate over a list, a map in C++ though? Oh, it's a pair. Oh, we can do a pair. Okay. Or what was it? It was they wanted const auto. Well, yeah, but we would never hit this. Well, the first thing we check is size, right? So if they're not the same size, so cat and cats would, or axe or whatever, and cats would never make it past this line. So we'll never even make it into here. Which reminds me, I should probably move that down. No need to do that if not right. Well, it seems like you are very new. Uh, what? Well, I'm very new to Leet code because I don't do it. Also, I'm quite new to C++ because I've not really done any C++ outside of um, Unreal. It's a nice language, though. Do pair dot first, pair dot second. Okay, so this is going to be our number. We don't actually care about this one so much as we care about if pair dot second is not equal to 0, return false. Is it? It is to. Okay, yeah. It's not a call. No, it's not a method. It's yep, that works. See if this works. Oh look. Do. What cool gaming? I think that you jumped too many conclusions. All right, let's see his solutions. I suppose sorting is a way to do it. This actually isn't a terrible. This this is not a terrible way to do it. Is it's not a performant way to do it, but it's not a terrible way. This is the way that I was going to do it initially. Wait, I thought that in Oh, wait. So in C++, these are all going to default to 0, right? I'm not saying that you should. I'm saying that it works and it's not incorrect. Aho, Scrubby at boot camp, attendant, future admin of Doom chiming in. It would work. You probably shouldn't do it that way, but it will work. And for most web dev, it would actually probably arguably be the right way to do it. Because most web dev is not a performance-based problem. Confusion exe started working in what? I'm confused. Gurrit. What are you on about? We're talking about the solution, the first solution using sort. It's valid and it would work. And depending on how long your strings are going to be, this actually is not a bad way of doing it. By no means is it the performant way of doing it, right? So for the case of this specific, like what we're doing here, you don't use this because this is not technically performant enough to match for what we're looking for, right? But in a web tech, like in a real world example, depending on the size that you can guarantee your arrays, your strings to be, this isn't a wrong answer, right? Because this does work, right? Yeah, but like it's a very what cool gaming. It's very relative, right? So like do we this solves the problem, zero edge cases, stuff like that, and takes substantially less time to program, right? And it's going to be less error prone, right? Error prone. And like anybody that comes into here will be able to just like read these 3 lines of code and be able to be like, oh, I know exactly what's going on here, right? When you start getting into something more complex, like using a hash map and stuff like that, not that like using a hash map to do this is particularly complex, it's just it takes more brain power, right? And depending on like what you're trying to solve for, this isn't wrong, it's just not performant, right? But if your biggest performance like if this isn't performance critical, then does it matter, right? Hmm. Wait, this works? See, now I'm learning some C++ stuff because I'm so used to I didn't think that this was going to initiate to a 0, but it does based off of this, right? And then the equals is not going to check against effectively a pointer. It's actually going to check over all of them, I guess. I didn't expect that. Because I wasn't expecting these to actually check based off of actual equality. Because this is effectively like what I was trying to think about. Like, oh, how am I going to check these two against each other? Because this is the way that I was initially going to do it. This is the way that I was going to do it at first. Yeah, but that's my lack of C++ knowledge, right? Because I think in Python it would be an error. And for some reason, I was thinking that that was C++ that was going to do that. I think in what is it in JavaScript? I feel like in JavaScript it's nil. I don't know. Hmm. This count here is. Oh yeah, so some of this is going to take a bit of extra time because I'm not programming in a language that I'm proficient in, right? No, but I'm reading his answers. Hey, this is what I did. By the way, thanks for this suggestion. It was a good suggestion. Oh, he's putting it into into a vector. That would be more performant. Wait, so how does this work then? Hash table using array. Count 26. Why is it count 26 though? Yeah, C++ isn't really. Most jobs are looking for people to do web dev, and web dev is almost never done in C++. I just find web dev more interesting for this type of job or this type of thing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see what's going on here. Huh. This would be more performant. Yeah. That's interesting. I like this. This is nice. No, it's a nice way of doing it. Given an array of integers nums and integer target, return and return the indices I and j such that nums I plus nums j equals target and I is not equal to j. You may assume that every input has exactly one pair of indices I and j that satisfies the condition. Return the answer with the smaller index first. Interesting. Are you still working on Feature Cop? I will be at some point. I I don't know when. I like building systems. How much time do we still have left? Ooh, 18 minutes. Okay. Are we to assume that there is always at least, given an array of integers, wait, you may assume that every input has exactly one pair of indices, I and j, that satisfies the conditions. Okay. I have an idea for how I would do this. It doesn't say that there's a situation where we'd run into one where it doesn't work, right? We should always to some. Interesting. Um, okay. This doesn't state that there's ever a situation where it's not going to work, right? So we can make that assumption, I'm assuming. Source file. Which leg? I predominantly use two languages for backend, which is Python and Elixir. And then obviously for front end, you have to use JavaScript. You don't really have a choice. And there, my last job, I was using TypeScript with React, and then I've done some Unity development in C Sharp, obviously because Unity, and I've done some Unreal development using C++. But Unreal development is so vast. Like Unreal C++ is just so vastly different than regular C++ that it's it's just like you don't even have to think about the same things here. Hmm. It's this one, right? Yeah. All right. So how would I want to do this? I guess like we could just loop over and go backwards. Is this ordered? Does it say that it's ordered? No, just that every index, every list only has two possible, like one possible solution. So there's exactly one pair. I could do a I could brute force this. That's the first way that we could do it, is just raw brute force, right? So we have our target. So if we do 4, Because it's not interesting. I don't learn anything. Like I don't learn what, like it's incredibly boring to do it in Python. Also, like if I wanted if I'm gonna do something that's like requiring speed, Python's not the language that I want to deal with. I like to learn, so that's kind of why. That's what it result. There was that the one in here. What was it? It was where he preloaded it, right? Okay, that's what it result, and then we do 2 0 there. Okay, so we could step through this one at a time going forward. If I remember correctly, modulo 0 in C++ actually can return a bad number, right? Like it can return a -1 if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, if we do this, we could come at it from both sides, like come and meet in the middle. But that would rely on both of them being sorted. And it didn't state that they would be sorted, so we have to assume that they're not going to be sorted. But it did state that we should always have it alluded to that we should always have at least one actual answer, right? So the answer should never be false, effectively, right? So we could either do it where we come from the left and the right at the same time, kind of meet in the middle. Or we could do the ones right next to each other. Or we could do the actual just brute force method, right? For I equals 0, I is less than nums dot size. So we're going to start with the absolute easiest one, right? This needs to be, we'll say X. Or we could do I. Yeah, let's do I. If I is equal to I, continue. There we go. And then if I plus, sorry, if nums I plus nums I is equal to target, return vector. Would it just be this? Would that work? It might work. Let's try it. That's not the one. This one's the one. All right, so we run this and we're going to see if this actually does what we want. Oh, I'm not done. I'm absolutely not done, but this is fun anyways. This is absolutely not the most performant way, but it is the brute force method. So we could come at it from the other way. And then we don't have to do it like the other option would be to like because there's a whole thing for like the scene. You could do this with like a double list or a double array. I know that there's a faster way to do it. I'm blanking on the method for the faster way. But this does work. I'm aware. So what we could do what would we do? We'd have to check. We'd have to try and find effectively like the what would it be? It'd be like finding the smallest and the largest that doesn't go over, right? I'm aware that I can namespace STD. I am purposely not namespacing STD. Yes, but you still have to check to see whether or not something has been seen that is less than or equal to that smaller number, which involves either doing a for loop again or not. Hmm. Unordered map. Yeah, I suppose an unordered map would work. Or a set. Or just an array or a vector, right? Yeah. Let's take a look at the. Yeah, a set would probably be faster than an unordered map because, like, what would you put as the other value, right? All right. We did solve it. Let's take a look at what we've got here. This is the bad one that I did. 10 out of 10 it works. Wait, I can do this for a vector? I didn't know that. I like that. I didn't even know that was an option. That's cool. Okay. Bad time. Space complexity 01, yeah. All right, here's the one where I'm thinking it might work. Wait. For int I. Wait, why is he doing a... Oh, that's why. Oh, I see what he's doing. Oh, I mistyped this. Did I? This sorts it. Oh, this is using a sort. That's not a good idea. I don't like that one. Here's the hash map option. Value index. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not used to that. So that gives you the first and like the first and the second thing, right? With the pair. This is a 2-pass. This one's supposed to be the fastest, right? Huh, an unordered hash map is the fastest. Interesting. N size. Okay, so int if target minus num, yeah, it's the diff. I was right. You still have to find a way to get it, right? And then there's the insert. Huh. This is effectively what I was thinking. Yeah. No, I'm reading it. Int diff target num. Yeah. I got to get used to that. This is a much better, more elegant solution. I like it. Oh, that was good timing. Sup, Don? Yeah, I'm alive. All right. Let's get back onto this. Mm-hmm. Wait, this one. There we go. So Don, I decided to kind of give up on the entire idea of using uh React for the front end for this. It was just it I was gonna do it. And then I came down to the like deployment stage and I was just like, I really don't want to deploy React right now. Like if I deploy React, I have to set up Docker because I don't want to run a React app actually on the server. So it's just begging for terribleness, right? So I was just like, all right. And then I have to like go look at how to actually deploy React because I've never deployed React before outside of Docker. And I'm just like, oh, this is way more work than it than needs to. Very, really helpful data structure, man. You don't need a React server or anything like that. Just the bundle, a static asset. Oh, interesting. Well, at any rate, like I was just like, I really don't like. All right, what cool gaming. Have a good one. Just like I really don't want to work with React for this. It's kind of annoying. To be fair, I think TypeScript adds to the pain though. It's just like there's so much like servicing that you have to do with React types like React with TypeScript to like get it actually working. And I'm just like I don't know that I care that much. So I'm like, you know what? I could just do live views. I could just do live views, and live views are beautiful. They read Reacty. So, you know, like it's kind of the same in some senses. Yeah, I think you were just using React to get better with it. If that changed, then yeah, it's a lot of overhead. Yeah, pretty much. Do you use Vite or Webpack? I was using Vite. I think it's Vite, right? It's Vite. I want to say Vite, but I ended up switching over to this, right? So like, so check it out. Like this is a yeah, this is a live view, right? Which just effectively reads like React anyways, right? Here you've got your this effectively your return, right? And then you've got your assigns, which are all your variables that you have access to. And then your mount is your setup. So this is where you'd have all of your like use effects and your this any state that you need to remember and stuff like that. I actually have the React app here because I'm copying things over. And so yeah, it was Beat or whatever. But god damn was it ever painful. The React site is much further along front end wise. But like deploying two apps for this just really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Yeah. I just went in like I looked it up and I was just like, okay, so what do I need to get started with React and TypeScript? I think it would have been better if I didn't use TypeScript. I'm going to be honest. It probably would have been better. I got to figure out why this isn't working correctly for. So there's this. This is the current one, and it does not look correct. Yeah. So this is what it's supposed to look like, and this is what's happening. So I definitely have some kind of error right here, right? Like probably right around here or something, where those two are not working correctly. Maybe I deleted this or something. I don't know. There's the handle create. There's the chat rooms. There's my divider. Why is my divider? Did I forget a div or something? Oh, you know what? I probably did. There's the add room. Yeah, that goes down to there. Yes. And this one goes down to there. No. I have a add thing there. There's for the button. Yeah, this is supposed to be div there. Then we should have one less there. There we go. Oh, thank you for the subscription. What cool gaming. There we go. Now it looks right. Now look, if I click on this, it does nothing. Same with this. Same with this. This, I think, actually breaks something. No, it doesn't. Okay, sweet. But none of this actually does anything anymore. There's still this weird error right here where this is showing up here too. And it's because of I don't know why this is happening, but this actually, like, there's that. And then that one is showing up in there, even though I've actually taken that out. I went and double checked, and it actually has been taken out of there. Where the did I put it? Do. Platforms, add platform. Right, this is in the OAuth records. Oh, no, I didn't. I thought I did. Much better. There we go. Yeah, JavaScript is, well, JavaScript. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. I need more drink. I'm building a combined chat system for Kick, YouTube, and Twitch that allows for actual moderation of chat. I'll be right back. It hasn't been updated in. Oh, yeah. I suppose there are some. I bet it's using JavaScript. Probably. Yeah. Remember a long time ago. I was a long time ago, long time ago. I was building a chat bot entirely using standard library stuff um in Python. And I only wanted the goal was to make a fully fledged uh chatbot using SSL, right? Using the what was it? Using SSL and the standard library, and build out an entire chatbot doing everything by hand. Um and somebody came along and came in and was just like, this would be so much better if you used JavaScript, because then you could use this library and that library does all this for you. And it's just like, I don't think that you understand the purpose of this project. I also built one in Erlang. I did one in Erlang as well. It's always better with I think that was the first and last time that guy showed up. Uh, for Spring, no. I've never used Spring before. I've never professionally done Java before, so it's part of DisStream Chat. Interesting. Oh, JavaScript. Primogen's a great resource for concepts. Neat Code's also really good. He does a lot of stuff where he goes over concepts and stuff like that. But as far as like Spring Boot stuff, like Spring stuff goes, I have no idea. What was I doing? Right. We're doing a form. we need the modals to pop up for add room. Like add room actually needs to do something now. The button for add room is in here, right? Oh, excuse me. Mm-hmm. Settings live. Here we go. Yeah, there's add room. Add room actually needs to do something. So this would be a phx click, I think. I was almost right. Oh, actually, no, I was right. Oh, okay. So here we just do add room. basically its cousin in the JS world. What exactly is Spring Boot? I've never actually looked into it. Like, isn't it just like is Spring Boot just like a Java web server? Is that all it is? What is Spring Boot? Is it relevant to Excel it now? Do Java Cloud is also, do you think, wait, one sec. Web framework? Uh, oh, okay. So it's like the Django of Java. So, um, what you're asking is not a stupid question. So let's move past that part of this question, right? It's not super well worded, but it's not a stupid question. It's actually a good question. Um, was it? I'm assuming this is my assumption, right? I'm assuming you're asking if learning if getting good at Spring Boot is worth it. Is that what you're asking? Like, is it a worthwhile thing to do? I want to make sure that I'm answering your question correctly, right? So is this because it's a little misworded, right? So let's drill down and figure out exactly what it is that you want to know. Um, Based off of what I'm reading, I'm assuming that you're asking of whether or not learning Spring Boot to a high degree, like being very proficient in Spring Boot, is worthwhile, right? And if that's the question you're asking, the answer is yes. It is worthwhile. Java is still heavily used. Oh, like Spring? Is there a difference between Spring and Spring Boot? At any rate, learning any framework, right? Like learning Spring or Spring Boot or whatever, and learning any framework, like developing things as a whole, right, is worthwhile. So, yes, learning Spring, being very proficient in Spring is worthwhile. Java is a very popular language. My understanding is that Spring is very popular. I know it's used in a lot of places. Um, but yeah, like it also does depend on your local environment, right? So like if your surrounding is all Python, then learning Java isn't going to be as valuable. But learning Spring to a very high level is going to put you like above somebody who even if you're switching languages, like if you learn Spring really well, there's nothing stopping you from taking the knowledge from Spring and moving it over to um uh whatever other framework or system in any other language, right? The concepts are largely the same across all the different frameworks, right? So like getting really good at building things in one will make you better at building them in other things, right? Even if the systems are very disconnected from each other, like they don't transfer one to one, you're still learning how to build software, right? So the idea of learning Spring, it being a useless talent, is absolutely off the table. Like do it. If it's something that interests you, if you like Java, Spring is a great framework to use then, because I know that it's very heavily used in the Java world. I don't know anything about it, right? So um if you want to know whether or not it's good for you specifically regarding like going in and like working with whatever whatever area. Yeah, like specifically though, if you want to know if Java is good for your area, I would take a look at the jobs in your area and see what they're asking for. Right now, like my area is a lot of Python, Python and Ruby seems to be popping up a lot right now in my area. Python's really popular right now in my area. Keep getting a lot of, although that could be a bias because like I have a lot of Python experience in web dev, so like I probably see a lot more Python positions, right, than the average person. So to me right now, Python's huge. But also, I'm seeing a lot of Ruby, so Ruby's still quite popular. I thought it was dying off. Apparently not. But yeah, absolutely. Learn anything. Learn everything. There's no wrong way. There's no wrong way to learn software development as long as you're learning. You should always benchmark yourself against past you, not other people, right? So like the Primogen's a much better software developer than I am, but he also has a lot more experience doing things that I've never done before, right? And at a much higher level. Um, just because I haven't had the opportunity to be there, right? So I wouldn't bench myself against him. Although like looking at him and being like the things that he does are really cool and I want to learn how to do that. Those are all great things to do, right? I'm completing Spring B in 2 months. Is Spring B like a boot camp thing? Also, I do not understand exactly what Next.js is. Next.js is like server side rendered, right? React library. I did see a really cool project that used Next. Oh wait, no, it was something else, right? Nest JS. Sorry, Nest JS. My bad. Ah, okay. What is this? Wait, what was that thing? They just had that thing there. I want to look at that. What is this? Explore your graph. Easily identify dependencies and connections between modules and dive deep. Can you stop? No, do not go to the next one. Thank you. So, is this just for like the So this is like showing you how like the different calls or something like that, right? Throughout your entire app or something. I think Don here was making a course or something like that on Nest. Well, it sounds kind of interesting. I I just don't want to use JavaScript on my backend. To be fair though, I just don't like using JavaScript. And that one's on me, but handle event. I've never seen someone start up, especially the one who are older than 1 to 2 years working on Spring. People are just after Mern. Goddamn. I've never seen someone some never seen some startups, especially ones who are older than 1 to 2 years working on Spring. The issue with startups is because startups, the idea of a proper startup is you move really fast, and Java is not a language that you move really fast in. JavaScript is a language that people move. JavaScript, Ruby, Python, they're all languages that people move incredibly fast in. And that's why they usually are the startup languages, right? Things like that. Um, but depending on the industry you want to go into and like the industries around you, you'll have a lot of Java, right? Like banking uses Java, right? They don't really use a lot of JavaScript. They use like COBOL, C, C++, Java, type safe languages and stuff like that. Um, I'm sure that like TypeScript's starting to creep into there and stuff like that. But yeah, how much do you plan on charging for the course? I don't know. Don, you can post a link to your stuff if you want, Don. By the way, Don is a he streams on. Do you still multi-stream to YouTube? Anyways, Don streams on Twitch right now, and I think he still streams on YouTube, but his content on YouTube's really good. His shorts are really good on YouTube. Same name. Um, so definitely, yeah, give him a check. He does a lot of good stuff. Don the developer. Did I type that? Oh, do the developer. Yeah, here we go. Wait, I'm not subscribed? Oh, wait, that's why. It's the subscribe plus thing. I am subscribed. JS and React and Tailwind as well. A little bit of farm motion nation, and I think it's enough for front end page because I'm into full stack. Yeah, I'm just having fun learning new things right now. One day I'll build my first game with 3JS. When did they rename it from join to subscribe? I think it's the subscribe plus, right? Because I'm already subscribed. I was like, I could have swore that I was subscribed on YouTube to Dawn, but subscribe plus I was not. So this is very recent, I believe. But Dawn, you should drop the links to your thingy, my Bob. So stuff, right? Yeah, but you've got a website, right? Do 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 do. Oh, okay. Well then, never mind. Okay, so we're gonna do add room. There we go. And then we're gonna come back here and we need the no reply assign. I can't remember the different handle event reasons here. Phoenix live views, view, handle event. Because there's the reply and the no reply thing, right? Means no additional information is sent to the client, or where the given map is encoded. Oh, okay, and sent to the client. Okay, so yeah, this is going to require a reply, not a no reply. Wait, how does that work? Hmm. Folks to handle message from the Elixir process. Oh yeah, the handle params. Okay, so do go like this. For the handle event, could you explain the difference when to use no no reply and reply? Most common when an event triggers by the browser, the client, and you don't need to return the results to the client immediately. This is the default for click submit change. Any JS side event. You're telling Phoenix, I've updated the socket and you can re-render with these new assigns. Okay. Less common use when live view is called like a gen server. This is only used if you are calling the live view programmatically from the server using send update and friends expecting a response. Ah, okay. Okay, so this we create the new so on this we want to create the words. Words are hard. Okay. So this is router.ex. And pull that up, move this over here. We're going to go to my API because I had a bunch of stuff here. This one. Okay, so we need to do a little bit here. I need to find out what we're doing. So we're going to do IO inspect socket label socket. Oh, this is the JavaScript one. And then this is the one that I care about. There we go. Bro, still working? Yeah. Just working on something different. Live action, chat room OAuth. OAuth user ID. Oh, there we go. So OAuth user is, we can do this. I think this is, yeah, this is in socket. So we can just do this. Because this is part of, wait, this is signs? Oh, it's here. Okay, I didn't do anything. There we go. There we go. What if I do this? Clear. May I ask what was the best amount you earned? I'm not willing to talk about that. So how does it like to be, oh, like to be a coder and a content creator? Do you manage it with some corporate job side by side or just YouTube? I hope I don't ask personal questions. Any answer? Oh, right now, right now I'm not currently employed, but hopefully that will change soon. I was employed for quite a while. There we go. Where were we here? Okay, so I shouldn't have a bunch of. I've got that. Okay, one sec. But if you can, it can, it can work. I was doing it. I don't make any money off of YouTube. I'm not big enough on YouTube to actually even start making money off of YouTube. And Twitch revenue is damn near zero, right? For the amount of time and effort that I've put into Twitch versus like, when I say time and effort, I just mean like actually doing the streaming part of it. Because like I've never been particularly good about actually like making content for Twitch that people care about. But yeah, no, there's no area of the planet where you could survive off of how much money I make off of content. I make hundreds of dollars potentially in a single. I make maybe $100 a year off content creation. Maybe. If I'm really lucky, I might make $100 off content creation. Well, thanks. I will continue to try. Don is actually a much better content creator than I am. What was I doing here? Right, we wanted to look at the socket. because I want to see what comes in here because I need to get the current user, and I don't think I get that. Fuck, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Here we go. This is what I want. That button right there. I think this is going to refresh, isn't it? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. Okay, so what do we get here? So in here, we need to know, we do get the OAuth user. It's under assigns. Okay, sweet. And that's in socket. So if we do assigns, right? And in here, we do OAuth users. No, current user. And then we want just the ID because that's all we care about. So ID, and then this would be user ID. Okay, so this will create the new one. I spent 5 years building up to just being able to pay my bills. It's tough. Yeah. Yeah. Don spent substantially more time in getting making it work. So chat rooms. This is Elixir. And what I'm doing here is called pattern matching. So I'm saying, hey, I have a socket, right? So this is the socket, the web socket, because this is effectively React. It's server side rendered React pushed over a web socket. So everything is influenced by a web socket, so you don't have to make a get. And things can be a bit more snappy, right? But what we can do is we can do what's called pattern matching, right? So I could say here, if I can actually use a string in here to do a full pattern match, right? So I could be like, this user ID, it's only valid if it's this user ID specifically, right? I'm doing well. What about yourself? It looks a lot like Next.js. Uh, yeah, probably because it's kind of. I don't know if they purposely based it off of React or not, right? But it's very React like, right? Because like this is effectively like my component, right? Because this, okay, so this is the page itself. But if I was to build a component, the component would look very similar to this. What OS are you using? I'm on Windows. You can kind of see it by this bar though. Unfortunately. I want to switch. It's just uh I'm going through, like, I'm in the middle of some stuff outside of streaming that is just not conducive to Linux at the moment. So, like I don't want to be restarting all the time. And it's not that worth it right now. I'd either have to like keep a second PC going or something like that just to deal with it and like switch back and forth. I'm creating a video / blog post right now about switching to Linux. It was a terrible idea. Yeah, but that's only because you wanted to stream from Linux. And streaming from Linux is horrible in every sense of every word ever created. It is by far one of the worst experiences that you can do. Like, the Primogen loves Linux, and he won't even stream from Linux because it's so bad. Oh no, Linux is a great daily driver. I love it as a daily driver. It's my favorite daily driver. The only reason I was set up on Windows for this PC and not Linux was because I was doing game dev, and game dev on Linux is fucking cancer. Yeah, no, I know. Linux is my favorite operating system. I'm well aware of what you mean. Until I started game dev, Linux was my primary operating system. I don't stream from Linux. I stopped streaming from Linux a long time ago. It's a good daily driver, depends on the needs of it. Yeah. It really does depend on like what you need, right? So with doing interviews, right? I don't have a good way of doing like a proper interview on Linux, right? Because like some of that stuff's a bit finicky and there's some setup that I still have to do. And I was like, I'm like, I'm in and out of like doing interviews and stuff like that. So it's just the idea of running Linux right now when I'm not set up for it, because I just recently kind of stepped back from game dev. It's just not worth it. Once I have a full time job again, I am absolutely setting up Linux and switching. I have a Linux install on this computer. I'm just not using it at the moment. But also like you have to be willing to do like you have to be willing to learn Linux in order to daily drive Linux. And if the overhead of learning it isn't something that's worthwhile, there's really no point in doing it. Yeah, no, it can absolutely be a massive time sink. And I entirely understand why you didn't do it, Don. Learn like you have to be able to troubleshoot issues with it if you're going to daily drive it. Like if Linux is going to be your primary system, you have to be able to install software with it. You have to be able to, um, you know, go through all the processes of using Linux and troubleshooting it, fixing errors that come up and stuff like that, installing the software that you need in order to make it run properly and stuff like that. And some of that overhead is quite high when you don't have to incur it, right? Now, for Don, it would be a terrible idea because Don streams from he has a single PC setup for his stream and content creation, and Linux is not good at that. So it doesn't make sense for Don to be on Linux at all anyways. So I understand why he doesn't do it. I have a 2 PC setup, right? So my primary system doesn't have to be anything. Whatever is the best operating system for what I'm doing at the time is what I run on that, right? I started using slash learning Linux on a VPS and eventually started using it as a desktop too. Yeah, I started my first time daily driving Linux was back in the days when like you didn't have Wi-Fi out of the box. Like you had to do a hack to get Wi-Fi to work. It is easier to learn, but it's still kind of a pain. I was actually pretty happy because this time, like the last time that I did a Linux desktop install on this PC, YouTube videos were out of sync, audio and video, and like all video was out of sync. And this time when I did it, video was in sync, and that was really cool. I was really happy about that. Um, so I didn't have to try and figure out a system for that. But I also like I have audio like the main reason why I'm on Windows and not Linux right this moment is because like my audio equipment is not super compatible out of box with Linux, but it is super compatible out of box with Windows. So just going through the process of like setting up so I have a microphone and setting up so I can properly listen to my PC and stuff like that is a bit of a pain in the ass on Linux. And then I have to set up my camera, right? And stuff like that. And it's just not that worth it. And I need the camera for interviews. You're not even old enough for that? Yeah. No, I'm an old fuck. Fucking gray hair and everything. I have some gray hair, not much though. Okay, so we need to add a chat room to that chat rooms. And then we're going to assign it in here. We can do that. So what we'll do is we'll socket, right? And we'll do socket equals. And then we'll do assign. And then we'll do message. Created new chat room. And then chat rooms. And then we need to add this to it's a list, right? Yeah, it is a list. So how do we add to a list again? Add to list. Functions. It's fun, but I gotta go, and you'll probably never see me again, or at least for a long time, considering I've been following you for 5 years now. I'm sure that we'll see each other at some point. Is it push? I want to say that it's push, right? Is it just plus? It's just plus, isn't it? Okay, yeah, it's just plus. Oh, there it is. It's the pipe. That's what it was. It's been so long. Okay, so then what we do is we do. Where's the pipe one? There it is. New list. Okay. So we do new room, and then we pipe chat rooms. And then we do this. Unable to create new chat room. If sudo ever streams again. Hey. I'll stream tomorrow. You just wait and see. All right, let's see if it works. It worked. Look at that. Beautiful. Wasn't that snappy? Like, did you see how fast that was? What? So fast. Handle event. All right, so remove room, or we'll say delete room. Okay, so params are going to be important for this. So Don, when are you going to start using Phoenix? The magical world of uh of Elixir. You're not going to like this, but never. Is it never? Is it never? I feel like the answer is never. Hey, Don, do you want the honest truth on my opinion on you doubling down on TypeScript for the next 3 years? My honest, real opinion. It it sounds like probably the right thing for you to do. I'm gonna be honest. I like Django, and Django is a fairly decent, like it's actually a pretty good a web framework. I don't know if Django makes sense for you. Like it's solving Django solves a problem that you can solve in JavaScript without having to learn a second, like another language to increase your application complexity. So like while I wholeheartedly support you learning Python and Django, I just don't really fully understand the reason for learning Python and Django. Outside of like learning is fun, right? Like, and if that's if that's what you're going for, it makes perfect sense. It's Express. I think it was Express, right? That's like the is that even still really a thing? It used to be a thing, right? JavaScript server side framework. Oh, Next.js. Yeah, Express.js. This is the one that I was thinking. I don't know if this is still useful. uh, oh, Nest. Yeah, but like you don't have to switch languages to solve harder problems, right? Like you can do Express.js, right? Express.js is fairly feature complete, right? Now this one you can correct me on. Cuz like all you're really doing with server stuff is just making JSON APIs, right? So it doesn't really matter what language you're using. Unless you're trying to get a job in a specific, yeah, exactly. I think I like the idea of learning other languages to discover some of the faults of JavaScript and just to see how things to do things differently. Oh, okay, that makes entire sense then. Yeah, go for it. For Python, I'd probably, if you're just learning to learn another language, I'd probably argue that maybe Django is a bit too robust. Like Flask or Fast API might be better. Django would be good if you're actually planning on like building large scale applications in Python. If you're not, like if you're just doing it for the fun of learning the kind of like the difference, Flask or Fast API would probably be better. I used Fast API to build was it Magic the Gathering Discover? Yeah, for this, I built the backend for this using Fast API because it just made the most sense. Could have done it with Flask, but like, yeah. And where was I with this? I think I can close. No, I can't close that one yet. Well, I could close it. It just doesn't make sense yet. Okay, so I want to delete. Do I have a sudo stream tools dot chat dot delete chat room? And then here's my chat room ID and my user ID. That's not what I wanted. A few months back when I interviewed for several senior dev positions, it seemed like they wanted more DevOps slash architecture experience. So I've been having a lot more fun dipping my toes into that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's less DevOps and more just like you said, the architecture stuff where it's like, all right, design this complex thing, right? Where you're like utilizing like multiple different systems. I'm kind of tired of like the whole like microservice thing now. I've worked on too many apps where it's like we're gonna do microservices, and it's just like the microservices are crippling this app. The last job that I worked at, the one that I got laid off from, microservices crippled that freaking product. It made it so much more complicated to do anything. The team was not a team that needed to microservice as much as they did. Okay, so now can you show me how to pass params to a handle event from the front end? I was front end, but the back end complained about the complexity of all the microservices all the time. Yeah. Yeah. What is it? Fuck. Who's that guy? The guy who did Base Camp. Was it? Yeah, this guy. This guy's been railing against microservices for like small projects and small teams for so long. And it's just like he's absolutely right though. Like um there's like there's a massive project that he worked on or something like that is entirely done solely in a monolith using Ruby on Rails, and it works fantastically at massive scale. Microservices are not necessarily what you need in order to scale, but they are seen that way, and he's absolutely right. Right, like it adds latency and complexity to your application, and points of failure, like latency, complexity, and points of failure that you don't necessarily need, right? So it's just like maybe yeah, maybe no. Here we go. Okay, beautiful, exactly what I wanted. Okay, so we're gonna add a delete to we're gonna make this work because right now it does nothing. Where did I put that? Oh, poopy. I have to rebuild this. Because this won't work. No, this is a wrong one. Here. This is a is this still alive? Oh, it is a live view. Okay. Wait. No. It's chat room record. Yeah, chat room record is not a live view. Damn it. Yeah, there it is. This isn't a live view. Okay, so this needs to be moved over to a live component in order to utilize the delete the way that I want it to. Oop. Okay, components. We're going to move this over to here. Yes, move. This, we've got to then come here, and this becomes a live dot component. And then this is a live component. If I remember correctly, it's a live component. It is, okay. Then we need to do a render. There we go. Live settings, and then this needs to change because this becomes a live component. And then I need to do this. Can you show me how to use a live component? Where was it? Where is it? Come on. There it is. Module. And do here. And we do the name and the ID. No. There we go. Now what we want to do is we want to do the delete. Now when I click this delete, I need it to actually delete things. So now I need to do a, can you show me a process of adding a handle event to the component? Oh, beautiful. Amazing. Just fantastic. Okay. Do. We're going to do this and move that over to here. And the reason why we're doing that is because this is in a different, because we're, yeah, different things, right? There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so here, I'm going to do an IO here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to plop it down here because we want to see how this works, like how this is handled, right? So this will be IO inspect, and we'll say params label params. Now this is going to show up multiple times. This I need to figure out exactly how this specific thing will work, and then we need to come up to the delete room. This would be a phx click. And then this is delete room. Yeah. And then this is a value, I think. Is that what it was? PHX value. And then here, room ID. Chat room ID. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. At ID. Okay, so now if I do this and we delete We come back here. We should see maybe a refresh. Okay, so that's refreshed. Beautiful. Now, if I click delete here, what happens? Look at that error. It's beautiful. Oh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't see that coming. So I still do it here. I'll be right back. Okay. Back from the dead. Ugh. Okay. So this is not hitting this one at all. So this doesn't even matter. That's interesting. I thought that that mattered. If I use a live component inside of a live view, why do I need to put the handle event inside of the live view, not the live component? Is not explicitly targeted to the component. If you're using a live component and the PHX event, like click submit, is not explicitly targeted to the component, then the live view handles the event, not the component. When a live view is rendering a live component, events like will bubble up to the live view unless you use ID manually to target it. Oh, there we go. Useful. Where's the delete? Here's the delete. Okay, so now I've got that, and I still have this one, right? Yes, beautiful. Okay. Now, if I refresh this and I do the delete and I come back to here, which one do we get? Delete. Yes. Okay, dokie. So that works. Now what we want is socket. What we really want is the assigns, but I want to see whether or not we actually continue to keep things. We do not. We have kept nothing. We need the current user. Okay, so we need current user. Adder current user. Is it map? Oh yeah, okay. Sweet. Required true. Yay, current users there. Okay, now let's take a quick look at this and see what we get back here. Delete all. Delete all. What's it give back? Ecto delete all. I think it just gives back an okay, right? Does it actually give back anything? Delete all. All entries matching the given query. Number of entries returned result a second as a second element. The second element is nil by default unless a select is supplied by select is supplied in the delete query. Note, however, not all databases support returning data from deletes. Count post. Then what's okay? So this would come back with a this is the count and nil. Then socket equals enum dot filter, and we need what's the do? Oh, we can't. This is interesting because now we need to refresh. Interesting. Okay, so this needs to actually push to the front to tell the front that, hey, we need to delete this. Or this needs to be moved into here because this has access to all of the everythings, right? You know what? As much as I don't like it, it kind of has to be done. This makes the most sense to do it. Which is unfortunate because like I'm not a big fan of this pattern right now. Because like the socket doesn't have the socket doesn't have any details about like what's going on, like other than its own data, which doesn't really work for this. It's kind of poopy. Kind of poopy. So now, what do we got wrong here? Now if I do this delete, we go through here. I deleted the wrong one though. Wholeheartedly. Yeah, I absolutely deleted the wrong one. Okay, so if I do this, we get rid of this. What's the error here? Are we seeing it twice? Is that the problem? Vent. Oh, wait, what? How is it refreshing? Wait. If that's the case, can I actually do that here? One sec. There. Yeah, I know it's been a bit way too long. Yeah, I need to shave. Nice. This works for me. This absolutely works. I don't have to filter anything. Hobby man. I I I literally sent a picture of me just with the stash to my girlfriend, and she fucking broke down. No, no, I didn't send it. I showed it to her in front of her, and she started laughing. Just straight laughing. I also sent it to another friend, and he laughed. I can't do beard. I sorry, I can't do just a stash. It doesn't work. There we go. And then we can add rooms. Although this 4-1 is going to get dropped down to the bottom. Yeah, okay. So I need to do in the here, get user rooms. I want to say here, inserted at. I think that's right. How much beard can you grow? I don't know. Usually um I usually shave it, so no. There we go. No. I don't. I get some beard. See, like you can see the holes, right? Like I get holes here, like all over the place. Like you can see the hole here, stuff like that. The hair just does not grow in certain spots on my face. Like right here, this is completely smooth. There's no hair here. There's like there's just spots of baldness. It doesn't. It's never gonna work. I could do a goatee kind of, right? Because like I can grow this part, but yeah, no, it's just yeah, doesn't work. It's a very patchy beard. You can get those like roller things that stimulate the sections to get a fuller beard, but since I don't like having one, I don't want to try and encourage it. I just forget to shave repeatedly, repetitively for like weeks on end, and then I get this, and I need to shave it. But I'll be in the shower and I'll completely forget it's even there. Hmm. You find it easier to moisturize without one too? I don't know. I don't I don't moisturize, so I maybe it probably is. If I moisturized, I'd shave more regularly because I'd have to I'd be touching it while I'm in a spot where I could shave it. There we go. Add new room. Def gotta moisturize. You'll thank me later. Maybe. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna do it. Like you're absolutely right, but that doesn't change the lack of me doing it. Okay, so now we need to do this dialogue box, which is involved in a Daisy UI. Components. Modal. I need an on click. How do I do this with a ref? Because the ref is the right way to do it, and it involves JavaScript. Why is a CI/CD like this? This isn't Daisy swag. That's not Daisy swag. This is. I could see this being Daisy swag because it's the thing. Same with that one. Engineer hat. This one's actually pretty good. Hmm. This is just JavaScript. Brokered image. This is like the complete opposite of what Daisy does. This one, right? Because like Daisy's front end, and this is very much so a back end thing. Which side is this? Is it? Do I need to move this just a tiny bit? There. Mm. Yeah, this is like a DevOps thing. It's nice though. It's like AC/DC, right? It's a nice hat. It'd be a lot better if it was like stitched on rather than printed. Everybody's selling merch these days. Everybody's selling merch. Don's selling merch. Actually, I don't know if Don is selling merch. Is Don selling merch? I feel like the answer is no. I technically have merch. I have merch. This is all the merch I have. It's a pin. Mm. What was it that I was using? I was using a reference, right? Modal reference. JavaScript modal. Hmm. Not bootstrap dialog. Here we go. Hmm. It's mine. I can only do this on Twitch. It's that one. We couldn't do you can't do the two-tone without spending a crap ton of money. So they did a really good job on it, though. I think I have like 1,000 or 2,000 of them or something like that. So many, too many. So this is where things get a little bit more complicated because I need the modal ref for this specific one, which ends up being for this, right? So here's the right. Here's the div and then handle modal show. And this is an on click. On click. No, I've never dyed my hair. Not even once. So how does this work? Label for. Where's this like my modal 2 coming from though? It's just the ID, right? So if we do this, we need the modal itself, right, which is down here, which would be this would be not a ref. This would be an ID. Then if we come up here, we do this. Dot show modal. And that should work? Question mark? Oh, because of the dashes. So we'd have to do we'd have to do oh wait, I'm doing this wrong. This, right? And then this would be string, no, string dot replace. Beautiful. Now, if I come along here and I take this, like, if I take this here, like so, we come down to the modal here. And then we do this. Now we have the exact thing that we want. I think. This might work. This might work. It worked. Look at that. It worked. Let's see if this crashes. Please don't crash. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Here we go. There we go. Look at that. Boo boo doo doo doo. Boo doo doo doo. Nothing works. Okay. So now we need the cancel. Preview. That's the close. What? I could do the on to do on modal to do show and just do the opposite. What is it? On click. On click. Oh, it's just close. Okay. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. Let's see if this works. Here's my edit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, interesting. Okay. Whatever. We're going to leave it this way for now because it just works. Okay. So now we need a form. Here's our beautiful form. And the form is going to be a live form. And then we can handle all of the data here. Okay. I'll be right back. Food is ready. It is lunchtime. Let me do. back. All right, I'm back. I was expecting a dawn. Ah, fuck. All right, there we go. It did look. I thought that was going to be Acerola. This is a silly question. Why Nintendo? Why isn't Nintendo using DLSS app scan? Because they don't need to. This isn't true. What's Radix? It looks nice. Mm, kind of upsetting. Voked after mount. Whenever there's a live patch event. What's handle progress? Documentation on what update does is lacking. Hmm, that makes sense. All right, I'll be right back. Oh. Okay, so okay, so interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay. What do we need to do? We need a form. Mm. To build a form in a few next step by step. We'll simply user profile field, name and email. Yeah, whatever. Find the change set function in your context. Add error tag with a. I want to create a form that is a custom form. Custom form. Mm. Inner block. Let F. Step 3, your live view backend logic. Add tailwind styling. Using a fully customizable, reusable form component. This pattern lets you. Who the fuck is this cute little bitch? Well, thanks, Lucifer. How are things, my friend? How are things? Support inputs for multiple schemes. Things are things. Suppose that's fair. Mm-hmm. I'll change validate on submit save. Hmm. I'm getting sleepy. Eating made me sleepy. You've been playing Mists of Pandaria, right, Lucifer? I want to say you have, right? I think I've seen you on Mop. Are you playing retail? I can't remember. I know that you have retail. Like, I mean, I know that you play retail. I know Classic Plus is coming. This is old. Hmm. This Pandaria Classic now live. I guess there's no news on that yet. Apparently, now I'm just sleepy. Okay, so this is my custom form here, right? Where it's def module, and then you do the adders. Interesting. And then where's the change set come from? Oh, hmm. in your live view model. Under the form, no change set needed. Oh, I'm not using the dot input and stuff like that anymore. Oh, this is okay. Wait. No change set needed. We just do form value form data, name form username. This affects how it comes through, right? All right, I just got done with a big meal myself. Time to code for me. That was like spearmint tea to wake me up. No caffeine always does the trick. Oh, I'm having myself a glass of Earl Grey. I think this is like my fourth or fifth glass of Earl Grey. I just use okay. So my trick is I use one tea bag. So I finish my coffee, my like cup and a half of coffee, right? And then I grab one tea bag of Earl Grey and I just reuse it throughout the entire day. It's not because I'm being cheap. It's because I don't want all the caffeine. Because I've got enough caffeine coursing through my veins. I don't need the extra. The benefit is that it is also cheaper to do it that way. And I'm not doing it for the flavor either. I'm just doing it because if I don't do it, then I end up with I end up drinking too much water, and it makes me feel sick. Because I will drink more water than my body can actually reasonably handle. Like I will yeah. Components. New folder forms. Oh, I still drink water. It's just if I'm drinking straight, just purely water, it I will get I will get too much water, and it will create problems. Although my girlfriend's currently using my regular water glass right now for flowers. So that's kind of poopy. Oh well. Oh, it's because yeah, okay. My bad. Although it is required, but my bad. Form. This would be each form should have its own. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this isn't required here at all. This would be form name value. Okay, display name. That's not what I want. Hmm. Oh, okay. That's kind of nice. Ah, I see how that works. Oh. Hmm. Placeholder. Are you saying I only get 2 more yawns before you stop watching? So mean. So mean. Why can't you just be nice to me? Wait. Why is this a render? Wait, do I have component? Do I have any components? Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. I see. Okay, we can not worry about that then. Um, Oh, wait. So it's this, right? But this needs to be imported? Yeah, this just needs to be imported. And then this would be chat room edit form. Okay, and then we have to pass in form data. Do I have access to that? I think I do, right? And then I need the chat room ID. Sup 00Q. Where? Oh, interesting. Where did I put the platform? Where do we even see the platform? Oh, it's right there. When did I put that there? Where is the submit coming from? Is it? It's this one, right? Oh, submit. submit is a button that's showing up right here, right? There it is, right there. Yeah. So I think what we want to do is not actually handle the, we don't need to handle the form in here at all. The entire form can just be handled in here. Because we need this anyways, right? So we do this. We get what we want. There we go. Now I need to figure out why my, oh, right. It's because I'm missing the styling. This would be form data name. Wait. No. Name will be form name. Oops. And do we need an on change? Look at that. Now when I click update, what happens? So I believe that because it's in here, I should see a handle event, right? Handle event. Something. think it's this. But what we actually want is if we come down here and we go to here, we do a phx click. And then this would be update chat room. Wait, what do you mean? It's right there, handle event. Wait. This needs to be what is it? It's target equals self or something like that. Yeah, ph target myself. Oh, right. My bad. It might be this. Let's see if this works. Why is it going to here though? It should be going to here. Oh, wait, that's why. Where did I put that submit button? That's not the submit button. There's the update button right there. Helps when you put things in the right spot. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so we need to do the form. apparently I just cheat and make my... Oh, that's nice. This might actually be more of the way that I want to do it, right? What is F, though? Handle the submission. Can you walk me through using the Phoenix form system? Like, I suppose. I could use that. That wouldn't be entirely horrible. To actually use the change set from the uh the database model. What if I don't have a change set? Oh, copies of to do. Oh, that's nice and simple. form name. I think I'm gonna take a break, call it there for a bit, and maybe actually just call it a day. And I will be back tomorrow for more. I'm just getting tired is all. And I got some other stuff I gotta get done, so. All right. Thanks to everybody who showed up and chatted and all that. You were all awesome, and I will catch you later. Ta-ta for now.